Hello there. How's it going? As you could see from the intro, the Seestar is working. The Seestar at Starfront is working tonight. Um, I opened a ticket and I power cycled it or shut it down, and they power cycled. They turned it back on. It seems okay. So we'll see how long that lasts. Hello, Aiden. Good evening. Thanks for joining. Hello, Cosmic Ray. Starting to cloud up here too. That's too bad. Been cloudy for several nights. Hello, Quantum. Yeah, it's so I'll get to it in a second, but I set up the S30 and the reflector locally, and it started clouding up, but then it cleared up. So we'll see how long it lasts, but it's clear at Starfront at least, and the Seestar is working. So let's switch to it. Okay. Give me a sec here. Okay. So here's the S30 and the man, that took a bit to load. Yeah, you can see the clouds in the all sky camera here locally, so that's unfortunate. Hopefully it'll be intermittent and not persistent. But that's a cached image from Starfront. There's no moon. And I still don't. Okay, you can see how dark it is there. Cool. So on the right, down there, the right image is this is at Starfront. Just bodes. I wanted to try to aim it at something to see if it would work. And what's this? Just as an experiment, I wanted to try something with the S30, and it's pointing at, this is Regulus, and this is just an artifact. But if you look, there's kind of a little fuzzy smudge there. That's actually the Regulus dwarf galaxy. I had been able to image it from Starfront, but I wasn't sure if I could image it from here, but I thought I'd give it a try, and that's it. It's a satellite of the Milky Way, and it's incredibly faint. It's really kind of hard to tell, but there's kind of it might not come through on YouTube, but there's a kind of a some stuff there. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to leave that going. We have, with the clouds coming through, I'm hoping it'll just be temporary, but we'll see. That doesn't look very temporary. But we've got Starfront, so let's move on to another target. This was just kind of a getting started target to make sure that everything was working, and it is. So let me try something now. And while I'm doing that, don't forget to like the video if you haven't already, since these live streams does help the live streams. And actually, before I forget, oops, that wasn't what I expected to do. Okay. Let's move this over here. Okay. Let me, I'm going to bring something on screen real quick here. Let's try this. Does this work? Yeah, that worked. So, Brent is, this is on Discord, so if you haven't joined the Discord server, you should. because people are always sharing stuff, streaming astronomical sessions. But this is Leo Triplet, and Builder is imaging around Polaris, trying to get some of the Polaris flare, which kind of looking forward to seeing that. But yeah, so I'll be bringing that in. Oh, this one already finished on the left here, so it's definitely time to move on to another target. I'm not going to try the Dolphin Nebula tonight. I think it's just getting too low. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's 21 degrees above the horizon. I'm not even going to bother. I might try it another night, but it's kind of getting out of the way. And those clouds do not look like they're going away, unfortunately. So, I had a few things I wanted to try first thing on a dark night like tonight at Starfront. The Hidden Galaxy, IC342, which is, I've imaged it a little bit, and I'm thinking of imaging it again some more. And then a couple of nebulas, one of which is the SH2 235 and SH2 216. SH216 is, well, let me bring them up on Stellarium here. So SH2 235 is kind of an interesting one. Let me go show the framing for the Seestar. I always say this, but I should work on simplifying all of these. Although, oh, so another thing, I did make a slight change to the reflector. I have a new guide camera on there. I got a cheap SV Bony camera. So this is an interesting one. It's got this large. I think I'd imaged this before, and I got this area, but I want to kind of try to get this part of the nebulosity. But then the other one, and how that is 37 degrees above the horizon. The other one is that really interesting one I had run across, or we had run across on a previous stream, just looking in Stellarium. This thing. Now really, to do that justice, I'd need a mosaic, but I'm tempted to start with this one, just for a little bit to see if we capture anything there. So I'm gonna start with that one. Oh, this is interesting. Hello, everyone. Is my mic low? I can turn my mic up. Hello, wait. Okay, I was just making sure I'm on the right mic. Is that a little bit better? Wi-Fi isn't great to stream 1080p. That's okay. Good evening, Turf. How's it going? Can you use that app on the S30? Yeah, I actually, that's how I got it going. The S30. It's actually how I pointed at the target. I didn't actually use ALP, mostly because I was getting things set up and just wanted to start with that. Hello, Son Goku. He lives. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Hello, Star Voyager. Good evening. You know, one thing that's really frustrating is I have like this multi-chat that's supposed to show me all the chats, but then it doesn't. Yeah, I don't get that. Oh, I had to reset it and now it's coming through, I think. Good evening, Cubits. Welcome. Okay, cool. Okay. All right. So, let's go to this, let's try going to this thing. Now, you can tell the field of view is going to be way too big, but I just want to see, if I can get any of it, like if it's worth trying to image again. So I'm going to start at Seestar. I mean, at Starfront, Seestar, at Starfront. And I'm going to do it for 20 minutes, just to start with. And it says to use the light pollution filter, so I'm going to go ahead and try it. Although I wonder... Well, I'll try it. Like I say, this is going to be kind of an experiment. Hello, Seiko. Good evening. Let me take a look at that. And yes, the S30 is in EQ mode. I'm going to redo things right at some point, but I'm using the Skywatcher wedge for the S30. I'm going to move the S50 over to it, and I'm going to use this a tripod head for the S30. But right now, yeah, it's on the sky. It's EQ mode. It's within 0.1 degree. And yes, it was set up with the app. Yeah. Okay. Did I hit go? Is it going? Yeah, it's going. So this will be a moment of truth. It'll be interesting to see. What's also interesting is that this stack here on the left is still going, even though there's like a lot of clouds coming through. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Let's see. So speaking of interesting, it'll be interesting to see how much comes through in this. And I mean, I set it for 20 minutes, but I might stop if it looks like there's nothing coming through. But yeah, that's the Regulus dwarf galaxy. Very cool. I had your C6 set up for galaxy season. First time imaging with that. Spent 4 hours trying to get it to work properly. Sounds like my experience with my my reflector. I've been it's taken me hours to get it kind of where it is now. And even then, like, I got the autofocuser on it, and there seems to be, I think something came loose, so I had to manually focus. So I'm gonna have to look at that. It's kind of annoying. Yeah. Oh, yes. Funny you mentioned that about the cord wrap. So I shut the Seestar down last night. I powered it off, And because Wiley's site was saying, because it seemed to be in a weird state, and I had rebooted a few times, still seemed kind of confused. And he said whenever it was, he had run into that issue, he had to power cycle it. And so I powered it down, and I brought, I can't power it back up. So I opened a ticket, or I had a ticket last night that was already open, and I added to it last night. And I said, can you power it on? Can you make sure the power button is pointing up? And can you unwrap the cord if it is? And they said the power button was pointing up, or they adjusted it. They said they powered it on, but they said the cord was wrapped. And so, yeah, they ended up having to unravel it. Collimation. Yeah, see, I didn't even get to the column. I mean, I had been working on the collimation, but then I just kind of went with the way it was. But I was running into other issues with it. Hadn't used it. Oh, I forgot it was. Oops. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, that's that would be unexpected if you'd forgot. Yeah, everybody. I mean, the EAF is on. I did put it on like a week or two ago. I don't know if I did it on a live stream or if I just did it on a. I think I might have done it on a Discord stream, and I might have tried to do it on a live stream, but then the weather got bad. But yeah, unfortunately, I think something came loose, so I need to look at it again, because it wasn't like the control was saying it was changing it, but nothing was moving. Yeah. So that is exactly why I ended up getting a guide scope. I just threw in the towel of trying to get it working with the off-axis guider, and so yeah, I ended up getting the guide scope. I was using that ASI 120mm, and I had this idea that I'm like, let me get a color camera. Even though it's not ideal, I know it'll plate solve. And so, and plus I could use it for imaging, and so I did. But if it doesn't work as a guide camera, I'm going to use it as a secondary camera on another scope. But yeah, the high focal length plate solving, and I think it's like doubly bad here because of the light pollution. It was. I could get it to plate solve sometimes by pointing it at the towards the Milky Way. Maybe the summer Milky Way I'd have better luck, but if it was out of the Milky Way, didn't work. Yeah, it's as I expected, dropping frames. Now, is there? Not sure I'm seeing any. Yeah, and that's what I that was one of the things. I wonder if I hadn't tightened it properly, or if I kind of didn't have it on the flat spot. So, but the good thing is it's all kind of otherwise assembled. I just need to open up the other one and put it on the refractor, which might happen sooner rather than later, because I'm kind of on the fence about it, but I'm thinking of driving somewhere and taking both Seestars and would I take both Seestars? Maybe I'll just take the S30. But I'm also thinking of taking the refractor with me, but I'm still on the fence about it. but it'll be later this week. If I do, yeah, it could be interesting. Not sure what this is. Let's see what. Yeah, that's not, because this would be the orientation. So if there was any kind of nebulosity, it would be more lengthwise. And I'm not sure that I'm seeing a whole lot, but I'll let it go for a little longer. Yeah, I was only gonna let this go for like 20 minutes anyway. And then I'm gonna move on to this other one. Electronic autofocuser. So I got one of those Gemini ones from AliExpress a few weeks ago, and it's been sitting in a box. They've been sitting in a box. Haven't been attached to the telescope. Which, but I finally attached one of them. So here's Leo triplets looking nice. What kind of scope is that, Brent? I know you've mentioned it before, but I forget. I have a Gemini sitting. Well, see, now I don't feel so bad. I don't feel so bad that mine was sitting around. But yeah, I finally hooked it up to the reflector, but I need to hook it up to the refractor. A NASCAR SQA 55, that's right, okay. I couldn't remember. Thanks. GPS focuser. Nice. That's cool. Using Arduino, that's really cool. I mean, the good thing is the one I got was like $60, not terribly expensive, but camera's 2600 A. Oh, 2600 MC Air. Nice. Nice. Yeah, so let me go back to, yeah, I'm not sure that this is really doing much. Maybe there is some faint nebulosity there, but this might be something to image. Yeah. It might be another one of those planetary nebulas that just takes hours and hours and hours. But let's see. And what doesn't take hours is to like the video. It does help the live streams. I know I always am talking about that, but it definitely does. Let's see. And thank you. Yeah, so I'm gonna move on to, I think I'm gonna stop this. I'll move on to the other target. The other one. So what I'm going to do is go to, so there's a few, there's like 3 sharpless objects here. This one's the brightest by far, but I think I'm going to center it on this one. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah. I think I'll center it on that so I can kind of get more of that particular part of it. Maybe should I? Yeah, I'll leave it there, and that should be cool because it's got this dark nebula there, and then this here. I'm debating. Yeah, I'll leave it. It's wanting to do the filter, and so I think I'll just leave it. All right, let's go with that, and hide that, and yeah, 8-inch sitting inside doesn't need any EAF. I mean, the EAF is handy. I just need to figure out why it wasn't working. It had worked previously, but I think maybe, like Seiko said, maybe the when I did the grub screw, it wasn't on the flat part maybe, and loosened, and now it's not holding. So we'll see. It did get a few more frames, so I'm just gonna kind of leave it for a bit since there's intermittent clouds coming through. If it clears, I'll move on to something else. And the S30 is kind of out of frame to the left. Unfortunately, there's like a planter in the way, so I couldn't get it too close to the reflector. Plus, I had that issue with the reflector where it silly dinosaur. But yeah, I ran into that issue with where the camera, or when the reflector was kind of slewing certain directions, the camera protrudes so much from the back that it snagged one of the Seestars one night. But luckily it was before I had gone live, I think, and I was sitting downstairs, or sitting outside, kind of setting up the reflector, and so I was right there when it snagged the Seestar, because it would have knocked over the tripod, which would not have been great. Yeah, okay. Probably. Okay. Yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, because that was the other thing. I was like, is it broken? It's probably more likely something came loose when I was moving it. So this part of that, like this is the brighter sharpless object, but there should be a very large one in here that's a lot fainter. So we'll see. Good thing is it's a nice dark night at Starfront. And yeah, there's a few targets. After this, I need to check Stellarium, because I might have something a little unusual tonight that I'm gonna try, and I probably will do it again as part of a kind of a themed live stream, kind of like how I've done. I haven't done. I guess the closest there's been, I'll call them like event-based live streams where like there's an occultation or the lunar eclipse, which of course I was clouded out, but thanks to thanks to people on the stream on Discord, they were able to share it, and I was able to bring it on stream. But I guess the closest to a themed live stream that I've done recently was kind of the Parade of Planets, where I was trying to image a number of planets in one live stream. And so I'm thinking of doing something not quite like that, but it would be a theme, kind of picking a number of targets. I was actually thinking of kind of doing well, and I guess like I did a weird object live stream where I just picked things with weird names, or unusual names. But this one would be kind of looking at things of differing distances. And I would do some stuff in the solar system, stuff in the galaxy, other galaxies, and do quasars and kind of work our way out. But as part of that, it was something that was mentioned in the chat in one of the previous live streams. I'm going to try imaging tonight. So, are they working on? Looks like the cord's wrapped up again. Wow. Look at oops, let me reload. Look at the skies at Starfront tonight. Nice and dark. Looks like they're working on something towards the back. That light looks so bright. Cool. So, Polaris is getting a giant halo from him. That's too bad. Yeah, that is like all the stars are starting to get a halo. How long are your exposures? 300 seconds? Is that, am I reading that right? I don't know how to read the ASI interface. I mean, I'm not. Where's my mouse? Dang it. Sorry, give me a sec here. This happens sometimes where I just lose my mouse for reasons unknown. Where is... Which is weird because the mouse is like a trackpad. Yeah, so just 60-second frames. Okay. So I absolutely did not know how to read that. Even pointing, it was having a fit earlier in the yeah, that's fair. Get maybe one clear night per week. Yeah, that's rough. Here it varies wildly between a lot of, like, a bunch of clear nights in a row and then just total rain. Like we had some pretty, was it this morning? Yeah, I didn't actually sleep well last night because we had so many thunderstorms coming through, and it was raining pretty heavily, but then it cleared up. So that was kind of... But it wasn't even supposed to be clear tonight, so be right back. And yeah, going to take the gear in. Cool. Let's see, how's this doing? Yeah. it has managed to get some more frames. It was like at 131, now it's up to 162. But yeah, that's unfortunately there's like a lot of artifacting from the clouds, so that's not ideal. And this, not sure. Not sure about that, but Sprint's Leo triplet is looking nice. Very nice. I should think about another target for the S30. Let me see what the clouds look like. Yeah, they look kind of okay. I can probably find something. I just have to figure out what's visible in the sky. Like what I'm imaging at Starfront, I definitely can't image from there. Maybe I... let me see. One thing, where is that? Let me switch to the horizon, my bad backyard. Okay, so current time. I might be able to start Markarian's chain. I think I will. Yeah, we'll just do that. So, let me go stop the local one. It should be just above the it should be just above the house, the building behind us. So let's try that. Okay, well, I'm doing it at gain of 110. Ooh. What just happened? I got an internal server error. Oh man. I had been working on my local version of Alp, and it has a bug and it crashed. So let me fix that real quick. So I can go. Problem was in front end. Front. Okay, and I will go to oops, nope. Okay, I will go to what line is it on? 455. Okay, so what I need to do is delete this. Let's see if this works. It's just my local owl, but it's because I've been making some changes, trying to fix some long-standing issues. Okay, it says... Wait, what? Let me bring this over here and I'll try to find it some more. Okay. Wait a second. What did that code? What was it set to originally? Oh. Okay. Let's try that. There's definitely starting to get more of the nebulosity around here, so that's good. Whoa. Clearly my changes need, I had made the changes and hadn't even run them yet, so clearly that's part of the issue. Use the app. Funny you mentioned that. I actually ended up going to the app, which is why it's now moving on. Why it's now so yeah, I have the app on the phone. Huh. It's too heavy, Master Yoda. Oh my gosh. He might have escaped if his arms were longer. That's funny. Let me see something here. UI. It's weird. Very weird. No, it's YouTube was complaining about not getting enough data. That is so weird. Get that. Yeah, it's a setting. So if you're not getting it, you have to. Texas crude. You have to. There's a configuration setting where you can point it at a custom image. Okay, so this is working. The Markarian's chain. And you can definitely start seeing kind of the nebulosity here. It's this whole area. So it's interesting that YouTube, for some reason, thinks only says 16 frames were dropped. Which doesn't seem like much. So I don't know why YouTube's complaining. Very strange. I'll have to work on that. The multi-streaming. Dino who came from Australia. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, that's very strange. Oh, I forgot. I need to. It's the Brent's Leo triplet, looking good. Oh, nice. So yeah, I forgot to Seiko had mentioned from the other day a stream with M20, and this was the result from that. It looks amazing. I believe that was with Rasa. Really very impressive. Yeah, that was really very, very impressive. That's awesome. So let me see what we're doing here. So we've got this kind of showing up. It's faint. It's a very faint target, so I'll have to try something a little bit. I'll try something a little bit punchier for the next target. I just have to figure out what that is. Unfortunately, I may not, but it'll still be interesting. Let me see, where is that? Yeah. This will be interesting. This is the one I was saying. When is this getting higher or lower? Okay, good. It's getting higher in the sky, so we're fine. So this one will be subtle. It'll just be a star-like object. But it'll be interesting. It should be interesting. How much time did I do on this one? Yeah, that was a very nice Trifid nebula. So let me see. Okay, schedule. Okay, I did 45 minutes, so 15 more minutes on the nebula. Here. 4387. Okay. What a purse. Yeah, red blotches. Oh yeah? Yeah, I need to try that out. That kind of I'm intrigued by that. Seems to be making a difference. Okay, that's cool. I definitely need to try that out because I'm getting those red blotches. Oh, interesting. Mudaburasaurus. Did not know that. Oh. Let's see, I'm just kind of messing around with the reflector off screen. Wow, that airplay is something interesting going on with that. Oh, interesting. Rotate 1 degree. Yeah, because then that would force it. That's interesting. Yeah. Maybe it's more noticeable in EQ mode because it's not dithering as, I mean, not dithering, it's maybe because there's less field rotation. The noise, I don't know. All right, let me see what this one looks like. Hello, Dire Havoc. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I'm not sure that's right. So the scheduling, if you're talking about stuff that's already been merged, there's no, oh, that's interesting. There's no, current, sorry. Wait, hold on, sorry. Cosmic ray, it looks like my S30 just disconnected. And the time isn't updating. Yeah, so the, if it was code that was committed, there's nothing functionally different yet. As far as the code that I was talking about where I was making some changes, basically I've started kind of moving the code around, refactoring it so that sorry, I've started refactoring the code so that I can add some. It's nothing functional, but it's to try to fix some of the stability issues with the scheduler, with the ALP scheduler, by basically restructuring the code into a separate scheduler kind of class, and then adding some locking around it. I mean, that's at a high level what I'm doing. M106. Okay, let me look. So far, so good. Let me look. Let's bring that on. Oh, nice. That does look pretty clean. I mean, I don't see the red blotchiness. Oh, now the time is updating. That's weird. And my phone reattached. That is very weird. I thought for a moment it was one of those issues, but it seems to still be working. I was about to step away to go downstairs to check it in case I needed to file a bug report, but still seems to be going. Yeah, that's looking pretty clean. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Can't get it to polar align with star trails. That is weird. Yeah. Yeah, what could be the issue? So what have you done polar have you done equatorial mode before? Okay. Yeah, let me check. All right. What channel did you post it on? Is it general EQ mode? Oh, okay. What which Discord channel? But as off a lot of time. Huh. And what does it say the error is in oh, when you say the AZ is off, are you talking about within ALP? It shows that? About 40. Huh. Okay. Okay. I haven't actually been on the Smart Telescope Underworld Discord that much recently. Well, I mean, your latitude and longitude should be like whatever your latitude and longitude are where you are. If you're talking about the actual lat and lon, not the scope lat lon, but the let me see which setting it is. The if you're talking about just the lat longe, that should be whatever it is where you are. Like I'm in Houston, so it's 29 and minus 95 because it's west. So yours would be like probably something around there, like the low 29 to low 30s for the lat, and longitude would be like minus 100 and something. Now, as far as these other values, don't mind those because some of those are wrong for me. But like the latitude, longitude, those should be set to your location. $110. Yeah, I mean I've seen some weird stuff with the EQ mode error, but did you try with the app to see what it says for the alignment? Because that might be good just to as a point of comparison. Oh, that just finished. I was about to say it finally got some of the nebulosity there. So I'm gonna try this other target. Nope, wrong one. Yeah, let's see if this even. So I'm gonna do 30 minutes for this. This might appear a little underwhelming, but there's a method to my madness here. Okay. Oops. The error rate, what it says, how far off your alignment is. Yeah, it comes up with some weird numbers. And for mine, it seems like what it seemed like was happening is it would do the initial alignment, and then it was doing kind of another as it continued to move, like some Alp specific stuff. The error just like went kind of weird. The app works without any issues when running startup. Yeah. Yeah, the rotate. I need to try that too. What could be the issue? Hey, everything, the telescope seems to be working today. I shut it down and they powered it back on, and also the cord was wrapped around, so they unwrapped it. Yeah. So this one on the right is the one at Starfront. I'm just moving to another target. This one is the S30 locally, doing Markarian's chain. Oh. Sorry, I'm just looking at something real quick here. Which one is that? something here. Sorry, I'm testing out something with the reflector, trying to get it. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna do C68, but I think I have to try it later tonight. Let me see. I made a note. Yeah, the problem is it's really late. Here when it's visible. Even when I do the refine, star trails and drops 100%. Yeah, so I need to. Yeah, that's really weird. Know what the rotating slip ring? Yeah, that would be to avoid the cord wrapping. Get all the bugs squashed. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I need to look at that. I have your thread open, and I'll look at it again, and I'll reply there. 25-meter charge cord. Yeah. A GPT chat script that made a Seestar observatory out of a salad bowl. Interesting. Yeah, I had actually thought about that because I have some of those at home where they have like a magnetic end on it, and I've thought about that at least so it doesn't break. But I do like the slip ring. If somebody could get that working, that would be kind of cool. Then it just would be never an issue. Is this actually imaging? It's actually imaging. It is dropping frames, but it is imaging. So let me look at this. Let's see if I can figure out what. Yeah, unfortunately, that isn't. It's not looking fantastic. I don't know why it's dropping so much. But we'll leave it go for a bit longer. Yeah, I mean the slip ring, I guess. It's not inductive, but it I guess it uses a friction conductor contact, something like that. Actually, before I forget, this yeah, I mean that isn't looking too bad. Like, I'm not really seeing the artifacts. I need to try that out on some of the targets I've been imaging. Hello, GZ. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah, I mean, inductive charging would be that would do it too. Depending on, but you'd probably, yeah, I mean, either way it would probably require some modification. Maybe not, because they have like the inductive charging things you can get. Hmm. Let me make a note of that. It's something I might look into. Yeah, so what I'm trying to image here on the right is it's kind of faint. And the problem is I'm not really seeing it here yet. But it was something that was suggested on a live stream couple weeks ago or more. Basically, it's a minor planet, so not just an asteroid, but and at least if the magnitude is correct, this one is actually further out than Pluto. So it's kind of extra special. It's at opposition right now. So it's at its kind of, it's on the same side of the sun, or we're on the same side of the sun, and it's opposite of the sun in the sky. But it's 50 astronomical units away, and so I was hoping to be able to try to image it. And even if this doesn't succeed tonight, I'm going to try again. That's a good point. It wouldn't have to be continuous. That's a good point. It could just be when it's parked. That would work. That would work, actually. That would work well. Let me see. Why is this? Hold on, sorry, I'm checking. You know what? It might be having its kind of yeah, I like that idea. Because, yeah, it wouldn't need continuous contact. It would just need it when it was parked or something. Okay, cool. That's what was going on. Okay, hold on. Is it guiding? Yikes. Sorry, I'm I see a patent here. Yeah, maybe. Hello, Hot Cheeto. Welcome. What happened to the S30? I had issues with it last night, and the cord ended up getting wrapped around the one that is used to power, and it just got terribly confused, and I ended up shutting it down, and then they ended up having to turn it back on or have code when it does. Yeah, see I guess, maybe some kind of park between each image. No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was harmed. It seems to be working fine tonight. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a sec. But first, I wanted to cross-check this. So, come on, zoom in. Why isn't it? Okay, here we go. So you've got these stars. So let's try zooming in. How far can we zoom in on this? Okay, cool. All right, so we've got these two stars. And that double star. I mean, it might not be an actual double star, but I think I have to use the. Sorry, I'm on a mission to find this thing here. Okay. So somewhere. Interesting. Oh, wow. Yeah. I think I might just park this for tonight, the reflector. So I'm oh, that's cool that it actually doesn't wrap. Okay. So let me I'm trying to look at these star patterns here. So you've got, maybe I zoomed in too far. Okay. So let me zoom out and start in the beginning here. Actually, maybe what I need to do is, sorry, separate the tabs, and now I'm gonna zoom in because all right. Oops. So we've got this double. Okay, so there's this double and this double. And then there's wait a second. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. So that's a double. And if we, is that right? It would be on this line between that. Yeah. So then we've got these two stars. This one is 14th magnitude. And so 14th magnitude, and if we look around here, you can see, okay, so see these stars here, and then you have these three here, okay? So there's the three, and then there's that kind of like L shape there. And I ended up adding like a ton of catalogs to it's so with Stellarium I'm running 25.1, which came out last month, and I think it's a new thing. It lets you download some of the Gaia star catalogs, and I added like 3 gigabytes worth of star catalogs to go down to like the 17th or 18th magnitude. So this star right here is 16.7th magnitude. This star is 16.8. And then there is nothing in the catalog at this point. And I think that's Haumea, because it's just it's like just like a quarter magnitude or half a magnitude dimmer, which would kind of check out. So that right there, this star, is actually Haumea, which is at opposition tonight. It's a minor planet. Let me bring that up. It's a dwarf planet. Yeah, Haumea. Someone had mentioned it in a live chat a few weeks ago, saying that it was at opposition today, and I didn't forget about it. I write these things down, but I think that's it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to image this on some other nights, and then we should be able to see it moving against the star trail, as the star background. Now you won't be able to see it actually kind of like, trailing normally. I mean, like some of the other asteroids, because this one is particularly far away. It is almost 50 astronomical units away. It's like 5 billion miles out from the sun. So, in comparison, it's almost double the distance from the sun that Neptune is. That little tiny speck. So, yeah, that is I was pretty sure I'd be able. I mean, 17th magnitude I know is doable, but I just wanted to make sure that I could actually image it. So here we go. Yeah. So this is something out at the edge of the solar system, or at least not including like the Oort cloud and stuff like that. What did I figure? Yeah, it's the light you're seeing there left that 7.5 hours ago. So it's 7.5 light hours away from Earth. So that's pretty far. But that little dot there. So we had been imaging main belt asteroids, but this Haumea is how big is it? It takes 283 years to orbit the sun, and it's over 2,000 kilometers wide, so it's pretty decent sized, which is why we can see it that far away. That's why we can see it so far away. So like we were looking at main belt asteroids, which are much, much closer. But they're, a few, they were like 100, 200 kilometers. This thing's over 2,000 kilometers. At least on its long dimension, it's oblong. But yeah, so it was discovered in 2003. But they've gone back and looked at pre-discovery images back to 1955. I mean, because like we're able to image it with a Seestar, so it was out there. It was just super faint and moving very slowly. But they were able to image it or find pre-discovery images. So it's only been known about for a little over 20 years, but they found images of it going back like 70 years, 60 years. No, 70 years. But yeah, that little dot there is a trans-Neptunian object, dwarf planet. So cool. I'm glad we were able to see that. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll have to do that. Yeah, that's cool. It's a binary system. I mean, I don't know if it's an optical binary or an actual binary. But yeah, that's a double star there. Maybe look for something smaller. Yeah, I mean, it's not so much that it's small, it's that it's incredibly far away. I mean, that's about... So we're looking at something beyond any of the planets. Like twice the distance from as Neptune. So I think that's pretty cool. 2,000 kilometer. Yeah, I'd heard about that. That there was they had kind of suspected it, and they because like there's a gravitational anomaly in Antarctica, which was be consistent with some kind of crater. Yeah. How about imaging Halley's Comet? How bright is it right now? Vale's Comet. Let me see where Vale's Comet is. But let me also see where Halley's Comet is. I know they're able to monitor it, the entire orbit. Let's see, how bright is Halley's Comet? Actually, so it came by in 86. So it came by almost 40 years ago. And I'll be here in 2061 again. So it's 36 years. So it's past its perihelion, and it's or aphelion, and it's on its way back in. Let's see. It's 25th magnitude. That might be a bit ambitious with the Seestar. It's in Canis Minor. It is actually, it's 5.3 billion kilometers away. Halley's Comet. It's 5.3 billion kilometers out. But this Haumea is 7.4 billion kilometers out. So it's not quite 50% further out than Halley's Comet. So this is a pretty distant little dot here. I'm very, I don't know. Sometimes I get a big kick from certain things. You might not always be able to tell, but I'm really fascinated by this, that we're able to look at something that's like double the distance as Neptune, further out than Halley's Comet. Pretty cool. Okay, so Vale's Comet. I don't even know if I have that in my catalog here. Let me look that up. Okay. Vale's Comet. Let's see. Let me see how dim it is. Ooh. No. It's P2010 H2. Let's see if I have it in my... Yeah, I do have it in here. Oh. It should be easy, 12.5 magnitude. And it's well above the horizon, so let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. But yeah, so there, I'm gonna stop this and move on to Vale's Comet, but I don't know, I get a big kick out of that. Something so distant. So distant. Okay, and actually let me reset the zoom here. But yeah, so let's go stop this. And okay, and go. Hold on a second. Oh, hey. Okay, Sorry, I'm like behind on the chat here. It's Virgo 13.5. Yeah, so we should be able to do it. Yeah, visual. Wow, that's cool. Let me move on to it. I'm bouncing around between so Vale's Comet, and I'll do 30 minutes and go. And I forgot that I'm also imaging over here. So Markarian's chain is actually not too bad. I mean, especially given my light pollution. Getting some galaxies in there. So okay, starting to image it. Now I don't know what it'll be like, but we shall soon find out. What's special about the comet? No idea. I mean, it's I don't know. Is it one of those ones that showed up on like in the Seestar? A lot of times they'll have they'll mention comets. Is it one that was on the Seestar app? Oh. Huh. So it was actually, yeah, not too long ago. It actually didn't get too far away, so we'll see. Hopefully the stack will start showing up here. And while we're waiting, check in on M106. It's looking really nice. And none of the so did you end up doing like a did you do the rotation or just a slight like 1% 1.1 mosaic? Device reconnection failed. Okay, so where is the comet? So it should be I think somewhere around here. Maybe. No. Oh, no. Somewhere. Is that it? Maybe this. Where's this a? Oh. So, to complicate things, there are some galaxies in this field. This is, if this is the one, yeah. This is PGC 46884. It's a 13.5 magnitude galaxy, that right there. And then there is, I think, I think that's also, or is that, let me see, what does that look like? Because supposedly the comet is somewhere around here, but I do wonder if like my orbital estimate's off. So let me update my stellarium configuration. So I go to solar system bodies, solar system editor, configure, solar system, and we'll do a comet, and we'll go, it's P 2010, H2, okay, and because the orbits change, and oh yeah, it moved. So it was a little off. But it should be, according to this, maybe it's still off. I mean, because that looks like that could be a comet. That might be the comet. Let me check something here. Let me look at... No, that's actually that NGC galaxy. This fuzzy thing. It's NGC 5118. It's a lot fainter than I would think it would be. Let me look up this. 1.1 on the mosaic, cool. The image is getting brighter, I think. I'm gonna try the rotation. Yeah, that would be cool. Did the comet of fortune Klingon cruiser? I'm not sure. SpongeBob has a way with words. I think it's too far, maybe. Oh, hello, Astro Chris. Good evening. Thanks for joining. We're on a hunt for a comet. Let me look at it does claim it's 13.5, but is that an actual observation? Yeah, it should be 13.5 magnitude. Okay. So that, it should be somewhere in here. Which definitely seems like it's dimmer than the 13th magnitude. Yeah. Somewhere in there. I think there might be a fuzzy thing there, but it's a lot dimmer than I thought it would be. But, oh well. But yeah, I think it's somewhere in there. Why does the star feed go bright to dim? Oh, it's a thing I still need to figure out, but basically the way the all sky camera works, I have to, for some reason there's like the thing I have that's doing the kind of rotation, it's got an old image cached somehow. I'm not sure exactly. And so, like, this is from a few days ago when the moon was interfering. And then when it switches, that's the actual night sky tonight. So, like, that's actually what it's like tonight. Yeah, probably more exposure. But I think it's somewhere in there. We'll keep it going for a little bit longer. Yeah, because that seems like it's a lot fainter than it should be. Just kind of weird. Oh, and speaking of comets, that one that had been kind of talked about, the Swan one, I guess that one fell apart. Or at least that's what I'd heard. So, no more. I am very happy that I've gotten this much with the terrible conditions here. My blue sky at night. And it hasn't dropped anything. That's good. Almost an hour of data. But yeah. It's cool. Got a couple of incidental galaxies while trying to look for a comet. Extra bonus there. Trying to see if there's another galaxy in the field of view. Yeah, there's another one that's just out of the field of view, I think. Yeah. And then on this side, yeah, I think there's another one that's out of the field of view. But somewhere in here is where the comet's supposed to be, but it doesn't look very visible right now. All right, what else? What now? Halley's Veil. Let's check. What else did I want to image? I did want to start doing. Oh, see, that one's too late. That's later in the evening. I could. Most of the other things that I really wanted to image tonight are. Actually, let me check something here. Let's see, is this visible? Oh. That was unexpected. That was really unexpected. There's something really near this. There's something really near this comet, like it's within half a degree. It's just out of the field of view. Actually, let me see. Yeah. Let's see where that is. Jacobini Zimmer. Of course, I can't spell 21p. Zinner. I said Simmer. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay. Oh. It is below the horizon right now. Unfortunately, it is, yeah, it's too close to the sun, I guess. Yeah. At least based on what I'm seeing, the 21p. But the thing that's near here, let me see. Oh, wait, what? No, it's actually, what did I okay. Oh, that's weird. I don't know what I was pointing at before. Because the thing I'm looking for is near... What? Oh. Sorry. Time is all wrong. Okay. Veil. Huh. That's weird. I don't know what I looked up before. So this is let me see, hold on. Leo. Yeah. Okay. This is the right one. It's not right nearby, but I'm gonna try this. Wait, let me see if it's too dim. No, we can try this. Okay. I'll try. I might go ahead and move on to. Yeah. Hello, Ben. How's it going? Thanks for popping in. Hello, Wiley Sight. Good evening. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I think that comet might be over here, but I think I'm gonna move on because it doesn't seem to be really getting any better. Let me see, how many images does it have? Yeah. Well, let me check here. Top of the morning. What are we imaging? We are imaging from the S30, part of Markarian's chain, and we were looking for a comet here, but it's these are actually galaxies, but it's supposedly in here, but it's not as bright as it should be or was supposed to be. But the other before this, we were looking at a trans-Neptunian object. So, and so, yes, I did manage to get it working. I shut it down, and they powered it on, and it seems fine. So, so yeah, it's kind of a mystery. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna do another kind of live stream, a themed live stream, where I'm gonna look at that image again, that trans-Neptunian object. Because it's not that dim. It's like 17th magnitude, so it was doable. But it's twice the distance of Neptune from the sun, which seems kind of unreal, but it's real. So let me stop this. And we will try our next thing that's also going to be part of my my little experiment, or not experiment, but my themed live stream. That's let me try something here. Why is this? Oh. Let's try this one. Okay, that worked. So, will this work? Nope, didn't like that. So, but that's okay. So we're gonna center this. Let me just make sure that it's in the field of view. Okay, cool. All right. So this is going to be part of this live stream that I'm planning on doing. So let's go. All right, let's kicked it off. Yeah, exactly. I think I need to do the button pusher. Future comment. Yeah, that would be, sounds delicious. Oh, nice. Cool. And hello, Springer Jones. Good evening. Yeah, so it's a, it'll be a star. Could be imaging a star. It says ant galaxy, but because that's all we could, I could image, or I could pick up. So we will see. But this is going to be another one of the targets. Not the ant galaxy, but something near it in the sky. It's not actually very near it at all, but that's going to be another thing that I was thinking of doing for the live stream. The kind of the other live stream. Okay, it should be, the stack should starts, there we go. Okay, so let us look. All right. So I've got it centered on the ant galaxy, and we've got these stars up here, and then that bright one here, and then kind of a line of fainter ones. Okay, so I got my bearings here. Oops. And I will, this one is not super faint, so it should be relatively easy. So let's check this. Okay, so we've got this line of stars here. And then you've got this red one. This little red one. That was easy. It looks... let me separate this out. Give me a second here. Separate all tabs and go here. Okay. So we've got this line of stars here. It's not really a line, but you can kind of see that. And then you see a very red one here, that right there, that is CN Leo. It is an eruptive variable star, but what makes it interesting is, and why I wanted to do that in a live stream, the one where I was talking about kind of doing solar system things further out. I mean, like stars, stuff in the galaxy, other galaxies, and then quasars. So that was kind of the arc of this plan I have for a live stream. But here, this is also known as Wolf 359. And the reason it's red is because it is a red dwarf. It is actually so you have the Alpha Centauri system, including Proxima Centauri. Those are the closest. The next closest is Barnard's star. And then this is the third farthest star. It's 7.86 light years away. So it's the third farthest star, or third nearest star. And it's Alpha Centauri, unfortunately, is like below the horizon for me. So that's why I didn't try that one. And Barnard's star isn't up yet, I think. But I figured I'd go for the next one. Now there's two brown dwarfs that are actually closer than this. That they're further than Barnard's star, but closer than this one, Wolf 359. But yeah, it's the third nearest star. It's not actually too. Yeah, it's not actually that dim. It's less than 1 billion years old, and it's a flare star, so it periodically has eruptions where it gets very bright. But it's also one of the smallest known stars. It's 1/10 the mass of the sun. So anyway, so there you go. It's a red dwarf, third nearest star. Scratch its state of image. Planet Erewhon's never going to be found. Never know. Third gas ball from the sun. Yep. Wolf 359 resistance is futile. Yep. But yeah, so that was that's one of the closest stars. And it's very faint. I heard a coyote when I went to the country to use their Seestar. Yeah. Gotta watch out for that. But yeah. Anyway, so I've got a nice little red dwarf there. And what's interesting is it's clearly red. I believe this is a galaxy here. Let's see which one that is. Oh, that's the Ant Galaxy. Yeah. That must be the Ant Galaxy, which is... Yeah, it's just a galaxy. But yeah, so we got the red dwarf. So I will switch back to this while I figure out what to image next. So that... Oh, I was gonna go ahead and move on to the antenna galaxy, I think. Yeah, I'll do that. All right, because I definitely need, it's right at the meridian, so it's a good time to image it. Red image carbon star. Yeah. Yeah, let me see. Let me kick off the next target and then I'll let me look. That's funny. Okay, cool. Is it actually, did I stop it or is it still running? It's still running. Let me stop this. And I'll get the antenna and then we'll look at that. I'm going to do that for a bit. All right, so let's look. Let's see, live streams, core electronics. Yeah, so, and Cosmic Ray had sent me something as well. Let me see what Cosmic Ray had sent. Yeah, it's oh yeah. And Cosmic Ray sent me, yeah, it's actually the exact same one. But this is from yeah, this is from a US one that I've ordered a lot of stuff from, like all my Raspberry Pi stuff. That might actually work. Although it's 5 volts. Isn't it 12 volts, the USB? I mean, that's fixable, but 2.5, so it's 5 volts, half an amp. So, yeah, is that enough? I mean, it doesn't need to, yeah, if it's charging, it doesn't need to be, if it's charging at night, or I mean during the day, it doesn't need to have a ton of current. But yeah, something like that. It's 5 or 12. Might not go back because I heard Coyote. Yeah, I wonder if like it could be trickle charged. So the Seestar is 5 volts, 2 amps. Okay. Carbon star. Oh wow. Let me look that up. Oh man. So unfortunately, this is, oh, it's just rising. Okay. Okay, cool. Although it's due north, so I won't be able to, when would I be able to image this? That might be a late night thing or early morning thing. But let me make note of that, because that is because the problem is that one is, it's just not rising. So, but that looks like an interesting target. And the brightness is good too. that would be early morning. Cool. Thanks for that. Portal 4, 5, 6, yeah. Right. And 100 and chain, trying to get as many galaxies in one pick. Yeah, that's cool. And hello, Chris. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Let me combine. Go back to this. Oops. And get the antenna in a little bit closer. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Blow dryer galaxy, that's what your mom uses. Yeah. Yeah, so that's doing well. But yeah, that carbon star. That would be interesting. Let me see what else might be starting to pivot into view. And actually, when is the oh wow, nice. Yeah, the moon rises at 3 a.m. That's awesome. I'm not doing a live stream till 3 a.m. Not today. But at least I know after the stream's over, I can image some additional things and not have the moon, because I mean, like, the conditions looks really good tonight. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, with Markarian's chain, right? That's cool. Mu Cephei, the Garnet Star. Where's that? The Garnet Star. Oh. That is also just now rising. It's the Garnet Star is right next to, it's kind of at the edge of the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. So I'll have to add that to the list. Garnet Star. Certain tint. Yeah, I mean, it's, some of it is, you have to, yeah, the colors are kind of, yeah, that's a whole other thing. Yeah, the equatorial is yeah, it wants to do almost a full spin, yeah. And that yeah, I was having some issues with mine at Starfront. Cool. Nice. I usually get mine down to about 0.1, but it's definitely, you're right, it's like super easy. Giant poster, that would be really cool with the Virgo cluster. See, that makes me want to, yeah, switch back to my refractor, especially when I go out to the country, or if I go out to a dark site and try to get the let me switch over. Leo. Brent has Leo triplet there. Looking good. But yeah, it's I do like the antenna. It's just the kind of dust and gas streams that are part of the antenna are just so faint. Like the two galactic cores that are, or the main part of the galaxies that are colliding. Those are pretty obvious, but and the smiley face is I mean, the S30 is doing pretty well. No drop frames. But that's EQ mode. Yeah, cord wrap, yeah. Hello, hello Manuel from Tijuana. Good evening. Thanks for joining. It's been a while. Thanks for dropping by. Right. Yeah, I know. It's yeah. I noticed that with mine. But I've had I had some issues at Starfront where it really got wrapped around. But I think there were some other reasons. Scope upside down. Yeah. Yeah, it's annoying that caching issue because it's really dark tonight. It's not light there. Now my skies on the other hand, that's how bad they are. The blue sky. Yeah, I was the reason I ended up stopping the reflector was because I had switched guide cameras and the guide camera was having issues. Yeah, so the EQ setup, it's basically they aligned it and like, I mean, I don't adjust it at all and I leave it running most of the time. Or basically I leave it running all the time. And so, yeah, so I run kind of this initialization, but I don't do any alignment or anything. But they aligned it. Hoax Galaxy, where is that? Let's see, and is that up? Oh yeah, it's pretty decent elevation. Maybe I'll do that next. Yeah, because it's actually still getting higher. It's already decent height above in the sky. Let's see, how small is that? Just trying to see if it would. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think we'll try that next. Hoax object. Thanks for the suggestion, Cosmic Ray. Yeah, no, I think it remembers that it's an EQ mode. I think it remembers. Yeah. It's the lack of field rotation is nice. It's very nice. Let's see. Get your astro objects here. Yep. Eating a blue dwarf galaxy for dinner. Yeah, I want to try this hoax object. Yeah. Yeah, I mean especially if you're at a low latitude like you are and like I am, it does seem kind of ridiculous how far over it's leaned. I was just looking at a monitor to the side. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure how much. I had set this for a full hour, but now I'm wanting to try hoax object. It's going to be small, but I think it might be worth stopping this and moving on. Okay. So let's try that. Hoax object. Yeah, yeah. If you're on the equator, yeah, your scope would be basically horizontal, and I think that's why if you look at a lot of mounts, they'll have a latitude limit, because yeah, otherwise with if you're on the equator, you're pointing it. No, if you're at the North Pole, it's basically alt azimuth, because you're pointing at the celestial pole. So yeah, you're right. You're right about at the equator. The scope is like horizontal. Yeah, North Pole. Your brain is braining. You had it right the first time. Yeah, it's really like, yeah, completely horizontal at the equator. Okay, so hoax object will be over here. Let's zoom in on this a bit. I'm not sure how bright this one will be. It's not super dim. Stop. Okay. Okay, so this star is 15th magnitude. Yeah. So this star is 15th magnitude. This star is 15th magnitude, and that is where hoax object is. I think that's the core of it. Let's see if we can zoom in on this. Oh, wait, did I miss? Yeah, I think we're in the right spot. I think it's in there. It's faint, but it'll get brighter. Yeah, 2 chlorides in the year. Oh wow. That's rough. Yeah, go camping, exactly. Exactly. That might be what I end up doing. Yeah. Yeah, the AI got memory. Yeah. Hello, Dire Havoc. Welcome. You're drifting. Yeah. No, I've been enjoying the dark nebulas. The one thing. Let me actually see if I have any of them on the computer. Unfortunately, a lot of them are on an external drive, which isn't here. But let's see. Yeah, this was one I got. It was Bernard 363. So that was kind of cool. Oh, the one I want to do more of is the snow globe. It's Bernard 330, and then this planetary nebula down in the bottom corner. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, that's the only problem. I'm the mosaic mode is very inefficient. No bueno. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Stick with the app for now. Yeah. I need to yeah. There's definitely some things that need to be improved with it. Yeah, I mean, if you image really late, like the Milky Way is rising, like, you know, three in the morning or so. So there's a lot of good nebula there, but for the most part, it's either like you catch them at the very beginning after sunset, or early. I think you broke the AI. Oh, is that why my... Let's see. Yeah. Interesting. Dark shark. Let me see. That one is... Yeah, that one's a cool one. I know Aiden is a big fan of that one. Yeah, I'm not sure. That might be too low because it's off to the north, and I don't have... it's a little obstructed to the north. But yeah, that one I added to my list for when it's a little higher. Yeah, I mean, the Markarian's chain, that's a good one. That's definitely a good one. And like all the other galaxies, like Ben was saying, like the Virgo cluster. Yeah. Right. M83. Let me see where that is. Oh, the southern pinwheel. Yeah, I'll try it in a little bit. I just want to see how much of Hogue's object shows up, because this is the core of it. Let me undo this. Wait, where? I lost my bearings temporarily. Hold on. Wait. Hoax object. Okay, so... Okay, there it should be right near the center there. So that is the core of Hoax object. I mean, there's a lot of nebulas. I mean, even with Orion, the Orion Nebula, and yeah, there's just like you can get a lot of things without doing a mosaic. Another pie hat. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You block. I'm running it on a Raspberry Pi 5. So that actually... Yeah. So the reason I want to try Hoax object is it is a very, very unusual looking galaxy. Very, very unusual galaxy. And so what you're seeing in this like that's the central kind of the core of Hoax galaxy, and somewhere like in here should be the ring, but it's much fainter, so probably takes a lot of time to get the ring. How do I yeah, I use Tailscale. And so right now, I'm running Tailscale on the streaming computer and on my laptop. And the name of the computer is Electra. And so I just, pull up the URL and it just kind of connects to it. So yeah, and I can SSH in, I can VNC, and whatever. But yeah, that's what I use because it's really simple and pretty robust. Yeah, browser ad free for over a year. Yeah, no, it's but yeah, I feel like this is another target that I need a lot of time on. But Hoax object. Yeah, I mean anything runs over it. So you can do you you could do like yeah refer to it by the host name and connect to it. Yeah, thought it was fake. No, that's real. Is it too obscure? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of small. It's kind of faint. But it's I mean, I've got the core of it. This is the core of it. And I mean, I think it's going to be kind of faint, but the ring is would be I feel like I can almost see the ring. I mean, it's like super noisy. It probably takes a few hours, but yeah, as far as Tailscale, yeah, once you have it running, it just kind of works. I see 1101. Let me see. Yeah, that's in Virgo. It's not super faint. And I need to add it to the list too. Yeah, I see 1101. It's a supergiant galaxy. 500,000 light years across or more. It's 1.1 billion light years away. Yeah, that would be a good one. I'll add it to the list. These kind of targets will be good for that kind of themed live stream. So what? I'll hold my beer. Yeah, so that's I do feel like there's some ring there, but yeah, it probably, I mean, it's not going to be like super, I mean, like that photo I shared of Hoax object, that's that is yeah, that photo was taken by Hubble, of course. On the app for IC11. Yeah. And that is interesting because the central kind of part of Hoag's object is yellow in that Hubble image, and this does look kind of yellower than the other stars nearby, or in the same frame. They're not actually nearby. And that galaxy is one of the reasons why it's so small is it is 600 million light years away. So that's pretty far. And that's why it's so tiny. I mean, apparently tiny. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Same thing with Hubble. It's always kind of, yeah. I mean, I'll use it, but then I try not to think about the image. No, it's not. I see 1101. Let's look. We can try IC 1101 next. Let me see. Yeah, that's a pretty big one, but it's a lenticular galaxy, so it's not going to be like super featureful, but we'll try it. We'll do that next. Let's do that now. Yeah, didn't do too bad. Okay. Let us see. All right. So, on to one of the larger galaxies, and it's a pretty distant galaxy too. Like once you start getting out past 1 billion light years, you're not good luck with this challenge. No, this should be fine. At least according to this, yeah, it's like 15th magnitude. It's not too dim, but we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. There should be several other galaxies kind of in the field of view. Probably not as far away, most of them. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So. Yeah, I think it's already showing up. Whoa. What in the world? Jump scare. That's weird. Anyway, I think it's in there. Yeah, I think this fuzzy thing right here is the beginning of it, like the core of it. And let's see what else. Yeah, I mean, it's you see the biggest improvement in the beginning, because if you think about it, like when you have 2 frames and you get another 2, it's basically double the amount of data it's gotten. But once you have like 100 frames and you add another one, it's only adding 1%. So it is getting brighter or getting more detail, but it's not as drastic. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's the yellowish spot. Yep. Yeah. No, no, no. I mean, like there's this one actually. I mean, it definitely has an apparent size bigger than Hoag's object. So, and it's a lenticular galaxy, so it'll be kind of brighter in the core, and then kind of like if you got a lot of time with it, it would be more extended. I mean, it's not super big, but it's, yeah, I mean, it would be somewhere in here. I mean, like, even with a lot more time. Let me see. There's also, I want to see, there's some other galaxies in here in the field of view. Yeah, there's one. And there's one. I think, yeah, there's several in this field of view, but, and speaking of galaxies, let me look at how this is doing. Wow, still hasn't dropped any frames. It's been going for over 2 hours. I mean, all things considered, it's not terrible. Like the gradient isn't. I mean, I guess given that the moon isn't there, it's not as bad. Oops. Yeah, Starfront. It's a max it can see. Easy way to get, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You can. But yeah, so this right here is one of an enormous galaxy over 1 billion light years away. Pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some definitely some nice dark skies out there. Sleep next to your scopes. Yeah. Just get a, what do you call it? Like, you could just have like an RV or fifth wheel or something. Just park out on a plot of land. Yeah, there's AI denoise, but not. I can't do that easily with that because it's in the app. Yeah, I'll send it to you. The problem, theoretically, yes. In practice, it's a little trickier. Because the app makes certain assumptions about the network, and it does certain things. So I've been thinking of ways of to work around it, but I haven't been able to do it yet, or I haven't tried it yet. But it's tricky. It would be tricky. It requires some. I think it might require some network voodoo. I mean, Tailscale does run on the phone. Yeah, the problem is the way Tailscale works. It's I think some of the I haven't really dug into it, but I have a couple of theories on how to possibly get it to work. But it might require like some network tunneling over Tailscale, just to kind of fool the app into thinking it's on the same network, because the app can be a bit picky. But I haven't gotten that far. Yeah, ngrok is pretty cool, but it's beyond just a. If it was just TCP, it would be relatively easy. If it was just a point-to-point, but I think it's doing some MDNS kind of UDP broadcast discovery, and I think to get that to work, you have to do some network tunneling stuff, and not even tunneling, like a bridge. Like you'd almost have to bridge the MDNS, the UDP broadcast MDNS. But and there's stuff out there to do that. I just haven't gotten to that point. I haven't had that much time to where I wanted to fill around with networking. Yeah, well, I mean, you can do it with Linux. And since I do have a Raspberry Pi sitting there at Starfront, that's my thought, is because I've done some weird stuff with Linux networking over the years. I've done network bridges before, so but yeah, I haven't done it yet. But that was my operational theory of, if it's possible, that's why what I was going to do. And even then, a lot of times the bridges won't forward UDP or broadcast, and so and plus you have to be careful. So I would probably do it on an isolated network, which again, I've done that kind of stuff, but it's one of those things where, do I want to go to the trouble? Plus, since I've thought about actually running the app, or wanting to run the app there, like what Jeff has done is he's got a Raspberry Pi that he's got an Android on, and he's able to run the app in Android, and he also was able to run a shell on Android and run Alp in it. And so I could go that route, but I've also thought about just getting a Mac Mini 5 and sending it up there. It's all TCP once it gets going, but that's the tricky bit, is trying to get it to that point where it gets going. So yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. Well, I don't need to involve them at all, because I'm running, because my network is kind of isolated. Like I have it behind a a like a travel router. Can you reboot? Well, so actually, I can reboot it remotely. I have because they recommend doing this. I have a Casa Wi-Fi power strip at Starfront, and they set it up. They configured it so on their Wi-Fi network, so I can shut everything off, including my travel router, remotely using the Casa app. So the only thing I can't power cycle is the Seestar itself. I mean, I can shut off the Seestar, but then I can't turn it back on. Yeah, exactly. the initial thing. So I'm not even 100% sure if I can get it to work, but that's kind of my theory about how I might be able to get it to work. Yeah, I mean, I've done some networking work in the past. Not my full-time job, but kind of as part of stuff I was doing for a client. Yeah. Yeah, although most people have do have the Mac on site, and like with Apple Silicon, you can run the iPad app locally. So that's what they're doing. They're running the iPad app, and so I mean, because like that's what I do here. I can run the iPad app on my laptop. I can run Alp on my laptop, and so it would be a very familiar environment, and it would be comparable to what I run at home, but from like sending a $500 or $600 Mac Mini. Yeah, it would be more cost effective if I could get the app running over the WAN. Yeah, like people have asked. I mean, there's a lot of things people have asked about. Like, it would be nice if you could do a wake on LAN thing, or if you could even do a WAN. I mean, a LAN port on the USB-C, but it doesn't work. Yeah. See, I'm yeah, I'm more of a I've historically been more of a Mac user because of the um, because of the Unix under the hood. Because first and foremost, I was well, I shouldn't say first and foremost. My I started using both Unix and Windows the same year, 1986. I know that doesn't seem that long ago, but that was almost 40 years ago. Shoot. Anyway, let me not think about that. Anyway, I started using Windows. It was Windows 1.01 and Unix System 3 or something like that. And I used Unix a lot at work. I used it a lot in college, a lot in work. I ran it at home a lot. And I got on Linux really early on. And what ended up happening is I would build PCs, I'd install Linux on them. Generally, I'd always have like one or two Windows boxes. But then I ended up, I'd been thinking about getting and I'd used Next computers in college, and those were basically Mac OS. I mean, it was Mac OS 10 was, I guess, derived from it. And that was like a mock BSD based Unix, and so is Mac OS in some ways. It's like some of the internals of it. And so from that point of view, I was kind of like, when they started coming up with the Mac laptops, and I knew some people who had them, and this one guy I know who worked for Nokia, he was saying he had gone to like an Internet Engineering Task Force meeting, IETF, and he said like everybody there had the titanium Power Mac laptop, PowerBooks, I guess. And it was around that time I ended up getting one, because I didn't get it because of the Mac-ness, as it were, but it was just a more user-friendly Unix. That's how I ended up on Macs. But yeah, that said, I haven't had many Windows computers at home for years. I used to run I had a Windows server running Exchange at home at one point. So I'm definitely not a Windows hater either. But what I ended up, I had basically almost nothing. I was down to just having like a Windows virtual machine, but now I have 3 Windows computers, mini PCs. Partly one was for my daughter, needed for some college stuff, some school stuff. I needed, I figured a lot of the astronomy software, like that, the ASCOM stuff is Windows. And so I was like, well, I'll just get a mini PC. And that's what I used for running like the reflector and refractor. And I ended up getting another one recently, and that's what I'm streaming off of right now, because same thing, some of the streaming software I wanted to run. I mean, OBS works in Windows and Linux, but there's some other stuff that's Windows only, so yeah, that would be cool. That would be nice. Yeah, no, I have an M1 MacBook Pro that I use every day. Never say it out loud. Are you talking about the number of years? Oh, hello, Astro Room. Good evening. I feel groovy and tired. Slash I need gravy and tired. Nice. But yeah, hello, Astro Room. I don't think welcome. I've seen some of your live streams. Well, that's been a while. Oh yeah, don't want to forget liking the video. I do appreciate it. But yeah, this galaxy is definitely looking good. I see 1101. But I think that's probably about as big as it's going to get in the field of view. I mean, it is like over 1 billion light years away, so it's not going to be huge. Let's see what else is, if the other galaxies in the frame of view are there. Got photobombed here. Yeah, that one's looking good. There's a faint one showing up there. Yeah, cool. Cool. Nice. It's so annoying, that caching. I need to fix that caching issue, because the way it changes the all sky camera. What else? let's see. What else were we going to image tonight? I feel like the conditions are too good. I don't want to stop. One thing I need to, I haven't plugged recently is, or I don't think I plugged it at all today. The Discord server, if you haven't joined, we share photos and other stuff. Yeah, when does C68? That's a great question. Let me check. Because I looked it up and it was disappointingly late. Yeah, it's still below the horizon. It rises in 2 hours. And so, yeah, it was something that I was thinking of kicking off late. Like after 3 or 4. But I mean, this is the target. It's C68. That is a really interesting nebula, and then of course there's this globular cluster. So I would try to frame it like Stephen had done. But it's the problem is it's like it's a fairly southern target. So like if you live in the northern U.S., it might be too low. Yeah, I know. I was like surprised because I knew it had gotten a decent amount of views, but like that I just noticed that recently. I was looking at it and it's like 1,400 likes on a video. Like that was just crazy. You're right. I need to do that again. I keep saying it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I do know what's wrong with me, but I need to. What was it? My dad used to say, "Get a grip." Anyway, nice. That's going well. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. What is... I feel like I'm trying to maximize the time here, because are we going to have... Let me... Because every time... Yeah, sorry. I'm starting some thoughts and... Okay. So it's actually clear here tonight, although I was having... So I put... I don't know if I had explained, I had gotten a new guide camera, and I wasn't 100% sure how well it would work as a guide camera. I had kind of some issues with it, so I'm probably going to try again another day, but it might be, I might have to go back to the other camera, which is fine, because the guiding was just horrific. I recalibrated it, and it was bad. Yeah, I was just trying to see. Yeah, see, the thing is, it's going to be cloudy tomorrow evening at Starfront. So tonight is, I want to try to maximize this. Friday evening. No. Yeah, we'll see. But I might end up going on a little road trip to try to, for reasons, say truth. Yeah, I can't think of anything too fancy or too complicated at this hour. Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's small, but the fact it's like this enormous galaxy over 1 billion light years away is pretty awesome. it's just unfortunate. Oh, let me, before I forget, let me check out Brent's M63. That's looking good. Are you using kind of the rotation thing? The mosaic rotated a slight amount. I'm just curious. Oh yeah, here's another galaxy, and there's one. I bet there's a bunch of galaxies in this one. Only 22 minutes. I feel like we've been imaging that longer, but guess not. Let's see. Yeah, there were a few other targets, but they were all like late night stuff. Although, let me look. M3, M5, M13. Are those suggestions? Because those are good suggestions. Let's see, what time are we at? I mean, not what time. I had moved the time. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry. Hold on a second. M100. See how it compares. Let me check. Let me check something here. Now, what else do you, when you say the chain, what other stuff do you have in the field of view? Yeah, no, globular clusters are cool. And actually, I am looking for something. This might be ambitious, but whoa, stop. This might be too ambitious, but let me see. Oh, yeah. Let me check something here first. Let's see if I can get this. That might be cool. How high is that? It's pretty low. Okay, I'm gonna briefly go to M100 because I have something else I want to try here in a few minutes. Because it's about that time. Yeah. 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 I found a globular cluster I want to do, but let's do M100 first. So I'm gonna, because that'll give me a little bit more time for this other target. All right. 21 galaxies. That's cool. So let's see. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah. I don't know if the framing will be that interesting though. Can I do, oh, just barely. Oh, come on. No. Let's go the other way. Okay. I think that's what I'll do. Give me a second here. Yeah. Okay. Well, wait. Let me see if I can do. Well, I think there might be a limit to what I can get in this frame. Yeah, I'll do that one. I'll do that one. Well, I'm not doing a mosaic. So if you're talking about the M100 area, M86, but I was going to do M100. Where's M86? Five. Yeah, let me do the M100. Let me do one M100. Okay, good night, Hot Cheeto. Have talk to you later. Okay, let me try this. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not, because I'm not running the app. I don't have the mosaic. So I'm gonna, I have it framed with M100 and some other stuff nearby. But Actually, speaking of galaxies, let me check in on this. Wow, almost 3 hours. I mean, that's from here. That's from Portal 9. That's not... I mean, the gradient I can clean up, but... Okay, so there's M100. And here's a couple of galaxies. And... there's a few smaller ones. There's a couple of smaller ones over here that'll start showing up. And... there should be one probably behind that. I think there's one behind here. And I think there's a couple right here. So as it gets more, you'll see more. Yeah. That's cool. Okay. Okay, thanks. I'll take I'll take a look at it in a sec. And I still plan on imaging globular cluster after this, but it's a specific one that I've imaged before, but not a lot. So yeah, here's a couple of galaxies. M100 here. These are a couple satellites. Here's one. There's one behind here, and okay, this one and this one. Yeah, so there's several in there. So let me go check. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. But yeah, those actually have showed up pretty quickly. These two. And then these two. And then this one's pretty bright as well. I mean, for 4 minutes, not too bad. Yeah, sorry about that. It's, that's too bad. maybe I need to do more daytime streams or something. Which I do need to break out the solar scope. Maybe I need to make a point of doing that. Like on these times where I don't always like doing the solar streams at the same time, the same days as I do an evening stream, because it sometimes seems to mess up the number of views. But if it's a day where it's sunny but it's going to be cloudy in the afternoon, I should just do a solar stream. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That happens sometimes. As someone who's worked lots of holidays over the years, I definitely know how that can be. Let me see. Are there any other faint ones? Yeah. Let me see. 3 days, 3 nights off, so really up to luck. Yeah. We could supplement with Southern Hemisphere deep sky stuff. That's true. One thing I do want to do is, yeah, I want to image this globular cluster, but let me see how far this galaxy is. Okay, getting side. Okay, so the two faint ones in the lower right are one's an IC galaxy 783, but then this one is a PGC galaxy, so that's pretty faint. And then behind here is NGC 4312. Then you've got M100, and then these two are NGC 4328 and 4322. And let's see what else. Actually, it turns out that's a PGC galaxy. And I think that's a galaxy, another PGC one. And somewhere up here, there's another PGC galaxy. And then in the top left, there is NGC 4350 and 4340. So, I mean, they're not like super bright galaxies, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'd say about 11 or 12 that I can see in here. I mean, a lot of them are pretty faint, but some of them are starting to show up a bit more. All right. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, good night. Enjoy your dinner, and thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I'm not sure how much longer I'll be going. I'm feeling fine now, but yeah, no problem. I'm we can continue that. But yeah, this is doing well. But I want to go to this globular cluster before it gets too much later. But it's a very specific one. Let me go look for that. It's really low right now. It's not like M3 or M5 or M13, which are, it's a smaller one. But I think it'll be neat to check out. Especially since the skies are good right now. Let me just double check that there isn't a different one I want to image first. No. This one's going to be super low. Do I want to do that one? That one's kind of tiny. The only downside is it's kind of a small globular. It's not too bad. Let's try that. Let's try. Is that right? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. This might not be the best one of the kind I'm looking for, but I think it might be cool. It's not going to be a super huge one, but I think it'll be worth looking at. So I'm going to stop this. So 10 minutes of data, not too bad. So now, trying to reset the size of this. Okay, and let's reset this. Okay, cool. All right. So let me go image this. What in the world? Yeah. So let me pick that spot. And what is it called? So it is NGC 6293. Okay, so I might end up just running this one for a bit. Even after the stream. Do I want to do it that long? Maybe I'll just do it in an hour. But I'm not going to stop this one. Assuming it looks okay, I'm going to just keep it running. I kicked off a autofocus before I continue. So as soon as this is done, we will move on. Cool. Okay. So I'm gonna kick this off. And like I say, I'm gonna run this for an hour. I'm gonna leave it run. And I'll probably schedule some things to run after this into the morning. Now, hopefully this isn't too low. Oh man. Did I mess this up? Okay, no. Yeah, it's pretty low. So we'll see. Oh, it was able to plate solve, so that's a good sign. Why did I choose this one? It was mostly because of its location, and it kind of ties into some other things I've been imaging recently. Which, actually, I forgot. I have the ability to rotate. I added a rotate plugin. Okay, cool. So, and then if I grow it, come on, oops. Oops. How do I? Oh, what I can do is trying to get this to. Oh, well, I guess that's not going to happen, so I'm just going to rotate it. So unfortunately, it's probably going to take the full hour to really pop. But, so here's the globular cluster, but this is all dark nebula. It's in the Milky Way. So I'll show you kind of the area I'm imaging. Basically, so it's not exactly the framing I'm getting. But this is kind of what I'm going for. And so it's in the but basically, yeah, so the globular will be up here in the upper left, and then there's this huge dark nebula here. But it's see, it's really low. It's only like 13 degrees above the horizon, but it's by the Milky Way core. And so all this will start showing more detail, or lack of detail. So it was kind of an experiment. I mean, it's a small globular cluster, but I wanted to get. I was trying to find one where I could frame it with, because there's a bunch of them here, but I was trying to find one that I could frame with a dark nebula, and that particular one's known as the sinkhole. I mean, there's some other ones. There is a Messier globular that is near some dark nebula. I think it was like M10. No, not M10. Actually, I think even M11 has some of that. I mean, it's not. Oh, and that's not a globular. That's an open star cluster. M11, that is. But yeah, it was kind of an experiment. But yeah, there's some interesting ones here around the Milky Way. Oh, that would be an interesting one. These are kind of low, but yeah, like I say, it was just kind of an experiment. It's not the most impressive one. Actually, I hate to pause this, but let me. I'm afraid I might pause this and continue this one. Since you like globular clusters. Yeah. Since you like globular clusters, let's look at the ultimate one. Let me look at that. Okay. Okay. So let's see if this works. Hopefully it will. Okay, cool. That was looking pretty cool though. So you can kind of see why I was imaging it, because I thought the dark nebula was kind of neat. But if you want pure globular cluster, this one's for you. It's very far to the south. It's just above the horizon here. Yeah, it is pretty cool. But this one you'll like. Now, unfortunately, it's kind of yellow because it's only like 8 or 9 degrees above the horizon to the south. But that is actually, let me make it a bit bigger. But that is, yeah. Yeah, this is the biggest one. This is Omega Centauri, which is really far south in the sky for us, or for people in the northern hemisphere. It's very, very far south. It's, yeah, how far can I get down? At least I've gotten within, I've done 6 or 7 degrees above the horizon to the south. I haven't seen how low I can go, but I've been able to image things that low. This right now is, it's right near the meridian right now, so it's actually 11 degrees above the horizon, the center. So this point is like 11 degrees above the horizon. But I've imaged it like an hour before meridian, so it was like 7 degrees, I think. But yeah, this is the biggest globular cluster in the visible. I mean, in the sky, the biggest apparent globular. But it's you can see the declination is minus 47, so it's, if you're above yeah, if you're just a little bit farther north, it's impossible to see. But in southern Texas, you can see it, but it's like super low, and it's only because Starfront's pretty dark, and I've got a clear view to the south. Yeah, it's really breathtaking. I mean, it's kind of funny because it's like, it's so big. I've actually, I want to re-image it, but with a mosaic, like a 2-panel mosaic to make sure I get like the extent of it, because it is such a large cluster. Not a problem you have with most globulars. But yeah, I'll let this run for a while. And I'm probably going to go back and continue that other globular with the dark nebula, just because I'm on a dark nebula kick. But I don't think I'll do it on the stream. I'll probably start wrapping it up here in a bit, because it is after 1 a.m. here. Before I go, though, I see Brent is imaging C3, NGC 42 Caldwell 3. That's cool. Oops. There we go. You're imaging with the Seestar app. It connected to the Seestar. If you switch to Wi-Fi, no, it's still like all of the imaging is happening on the scope itself. So if the app gets disconnected, it won't hurt anything. It'll just keep going. So yeah. What did I just click? Didn't mean to click there. But yeah, that is a very impressive. That globular cluster is so many stars. Now the AI denoise does run on the phone, so that there are some things that run on the phone. So that's one of them. A lot of the other exposure, not exposure, but like a lot of the other editing stuff happens on phone. It's kind of confusing in lunar and solar mode. If you record a video, that happens on the Seestar, but if you take a photo of the moon, it actually happens on the app. It doesn't actually save the image on the Seestar. It's all app side. But for like stellar mode, it's no, and it's funny because like the Seestar itself, when you query it, like kind of at the API level, it says it's actually on ASI Air. So it's got like bits of stuff. I mean, because it's from ZWO, so like theoretically, they could support that if they wanted to, but it's probably not their highest priority. Yeah, that is a mighty fine globular cluster. But yeah, this is definitely a good note to end it on, as far as like something dramatic and really cool. Yeah, I get a kick out of. And it was like, this was definitely one of my goal targets once I realized that it was theoretically possible to image it, because I always thought, oh, it's a southern target, it's not something we'd actually be able to image in the US. But then when I saw that it was possible, I was like, but not from my house. Oh, well, I had looked into it from my house and I realized that I could theoretically image it from the city. I just would have to have I could almost see it. Like, it was pretty low, but there's like an area between a couple buildings where I think I figured out I could possibly see it. But it only briefly was visible kind of in this, between these two buildings. At least theoretically, I never tried it. But then once I got the one Seestar at Starfront, I was like, maybe I can try it. And so I did. It was one of the first things I think it was one of the first nights I tried it. Meanwhile, I completely forgot that the S30 is still trucking along here on Markarian's chain. Let's check in on that. Whoa. It's been going for 3 hours. almost 2.5 hours of data. It's starting to get a bit washed out. I wonder if it's about to go behind a building or something. It might be. um, yeah, and that was, I guess that's why I had never really considered it, because it isn't a target that people really talk about, because most people, like in the US and definitely people in Europe, it's not something that's really doable. And even then, like, you really have to have a really a really clear southern view. Yeah, I mean that's one thing I really like about the S30 is the wide frame. It's just heavy light pollution. But it'll be interesting to see how it cleans up. I mean, given that I have 2.5 hours of data there, probably it'll clean up pretty well. Besides, the gradient seems reasonable. But yeah, I think I did 20 minutes for this, so I'll let it get towards the end and then wrap. Oh yeah, no, I agree. I think that would be a fantastic thing to have at Starfront, because that would be, between the extra resolution, the wide field, it would be an even wider field, so you really could get like all of Markarian's chain. Yeah, it would be fantastic, and a good sensor. Yeah. So this is Omega Centauri. Oh yeah, so they announced ZWO at the NEAF conference, the Northeastern whatever. Like a couple weeks ago, they announced that they're coming out with. They didn't mention an S50 Pro, but they did confirm that there's an S30 Pro coming out. It's basically going to be the same body as the S30, but it's going to have the 585 sensor in it, which is the one I have on my refractor and reflector. It's a great sensor. A lot of people really love it. It's got it's 8 megapixels, same dot pitch. So in the S30, that means you'll get the same resolution for a chunk of sky, but you'll basically be able to image twice as wide, twice as height. So it'll be great. Now you have to buy another. Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to it, because I think it'll be a great scope, because it'll be that S30 form factor, but with a much higher quality. And then there's actually several things that are cool about that one. So the sensor is like kind of one of the highlights. It'll have 4 times as much storage, 256 gig instead of 64 gig, since the images are 4 times as large. It has better optics, so it has, instead of a doublet, it has a triplet or something like that. And the all sky camera, the wide field camera is also upgraded, and it'll the wide angle camera has better optics and a better sensor. It basically has like a cell phone camera sensor in it, so it's also at 8 megapixel, and they're going to support Milky Way photos with it, like wide field Milky Way photos, and star trail imaging from that second sensor. So it's going to be a full, what do you call it? Kind of a fully capable camera and lens on its own. Hello, Astrocop. Welcome. How's it going? Thanks for joining. I'm actually probably going to be wrapping up the stream before too long because it is after 1 a.m. where I am. Yeah. The Star Trail, the Milky Way and Star Trail. That'll be it. Yeah. S2000. Yeah. But I think the S30 will be great because it'll have between the upgraded secondary camera, upgraded main camera, upgraded optics, 4 times the storage, but yet still the S30 form factor. That'll be a great like travel telescope. I mean, the S50 is nice, but the S30, like with all that stuff, yeah, 200. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there were rumors about like an S70, which would be a nice one. Because like the refractor I have is a 70 millimeter, and if the optics are good, it could be or mine is a 75, but a 70 is a good as well. So could be really cool. Just checking in on M63. Brent. Oh, almost an hour there. This looks pretty clean. But yeah, that I really like that Omega Centauri. It's very mesmerizing. Oh no. That's 3,000 with. Oh gosh, Hal. No. Hal? Open the, what do you call it? Open the observatory dome, Hal. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that. Okay, so the 1.1. That's good to know. That's good to know. I saw you trying some of the rotate ones, so it's definitely good to know. Now, you're using EQ mode, right? Or no? Oh, right. Hmm. Look at all those stars. See, this is why I want to do it seems ridiculous to do a mosaic for a globular cluster, but for this one, I feel like you could get definitely some more stars. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, so I only did 20 minutes on this, so I think when this finishes, I will wrap things up. Now, like I was saying, I'll probably do the weather isn't looking very agreeable for here or Starfront, but I'm still kind of on the fence about a trip this upcoming weekend, which if I do it, I'll try to do a live stream because it'll be for dark skies. So I would definitely do a live stream for that. So keep an eye out for that. Yeah. When did it arrive? When did it get there? what's interesting is even when is how big this is in live view mode, where it's not even stacking. Okay. Oh yeah, nice. Oh nice. That sounds cool. Doing 7 hours of M51. That'll be great. That'll be definitely share that on the Discord server once you got that. Once you get that, because that's always like I haven't done that as much, but it's definitely something, the light pollution and one-shot color blending. It's definitely something I want to do more of. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that. Like I say, keep an eye out for possibly a live stream later in the week. Maybe Friday night, maybe Saturday. It all depends on how if I follow through. Otherwise, I might do something else that doesn't involve observing, but we'll keep an eye on it, or keep an eye out for it. Last week, okay. Yeah, it can take like a week or two. And it didn't, yeah. So it'll, yeah, no, thanks for joining. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for joining Quantum. Thanks, thanks for sharing your scope, Brent. I always nice, because to get even if I have like multiple things going, it's good to see what other people are imaging. And plus there's things I can't image easily, or I have something tied up doing weird things. But yeah, anyway, before I start rambling anymore, thanks everybody for joining. And yeah, I will see you all in the next one. Have a good night.